mokyklos Facebooko paskyrose. Taigi, žiūrovų, manau, yra daug, susidomėjimas didelis. Džiaugiuosi matydamas ir jūs šį rytą čia susirinkusius į tarptautinę konferenciją pandemijos iššūkiai ir galimybės įmonių socialiniai atsakomybei. Pasaulinė pandemija privertė organizacijas greitai reaguoti į pasikeitusias aplinkybės ir prisitaikyti prie iššūkių pilno laikotarpio. Net ir sunkiausiomis sąlygomis dalis įmonių sugebėjo išlikti ir tapti socialiai atsakingos. Kaip joms tai pavyko, apie tai ir pasikalbėsime. Žvelgsime tiek Lietuvos, tiek pasaulinę praktiką. Vilniaus prekybos pramonės ir amatų rūmai sukvietė mus į 2 dienų tarptautinę konferenciją skirtą įmonių socialiniai atsakomybei pandemijos kontekste. Konferencijos turinio partneriai Vilniaus universiteto verslo mokykla ir Europos marketingo bei vadybos asociacija. Pirmą dieną Lietuvos ir užsienio ekspertai dalinsis patirtimi ir diskutuos apie tvarius darbo santykius bei apie naujas darbo organizavimo formas, kas pasikeitė, kaip pasikeitė ir ką mes naujo atradome tame. O antrąją konferencijos dieną mes skirsime atsakingam ir tvariam verslo valdymui. Dabar, ponas ir ponai, sveikinimo žodį tarti, konferenciją atidaryti ir visus pasveikinti noriu į sceną pakviesti Vilniaus universiteto verslo mokyklos
University Business School Director and Vice President of the Chamber, Dr. Dovita Miškinienė. Good morning to everybody. And just I don't know why all of us are sitting on the right side. The organizers have offered more chairs, but I believe that people want to be closer to each other today. I'm very happy to see that we are participating in this initiative. The prehistory of all this is that, well, the colleagues of the chamber said that it's high time we discuss social responsibility, and we accepted this idea with interest, the more so that the situation today is rather complicated. I believe that whatever we are going to discuss today, the word pandemia will be present all the time. A lot of things have changed, but what is pleasant is that our chamber and Vilnius Business School, Vilnius University Business School, we are international organization, marketing all as members. There will be speakers from this organization. We already have our colleagues and guests, so welcome. Mes turime kolegas, draugus, malonu jūs matyti.
Give my welcome and gratitude to our colleagues from EUMAS as well. Nes tikrai transliacija yra ir manau, kad ta socialinė atsakomybė.
The social responsibility today is a very important issue. And it's important mainly to us people. So today will be dedicated to the impact that this new situation has on people. After lunch, we shall have a discussion. I would like to invite all of you to participate in it. We shall be sharing our views, our ideas. The main thing today is that we can at last see each other, meet to ask each other how we're doing and how we're going to proceed. No wonder that the topic is interesting for many groups and people. Now you can choose all kinds of ways to participate in it. You can and let's use the opportunity of meeting face to face.
Jums, taip pat visi noriu pakviesti sveikinimo žodį tarti.
I would also like to invite
Sveikinti Valstybinės darbo inspekcijos, administravimo skyriaus organizavimo ir metodų specialistė įmonių socialinės atsakomybės skatinimas projekto koordinatorė daktarė ponė Jolanta.
Dr. Jolanta Vickienė.
Morning, everyone. Good to see you. And it's also a privilege to have been invited here. I represent the State Labor Inspectorate, and it's really good to be part of this partner rather than stand on the other side of the barricades. We're talking about corporate social responsibility in these turbulent times. And I think it's important to understand that business is not somewhere far away on the other side of the society. No, business is an integral part of our society, is part of our economic strategy. It's, as I said, an integral part, and it's very important for business representatives to understand this importance of social responsibility, corporate social responsibility, and let's say ecological or e-awareness or cooperation with NGOs which have first-hand knowledge of what is needed and how businesses can contribute to that is important. And this also raises credibility, trustworthiness of business, being closer to the communities. And when we talk about corporate social responsibility, very often there's confusion. We confuse it with some charitable gestures, with some short-term contribution. No. We have to understand that corporate social responsibility is a long-term strategy. As I said, it's seeking long-term goals. It's not just for short-term visibility promotion. Sometimes companies or businesses think that it's a bit too expensive to seek long-term CSR. But look at what is happening in the Nordic countries. No, it's a rewarding experience, and there's a payback if we talk about the long-term perspective. Our Labor Inspectorate was also a direct partner, and we actually created a mobile application and also a web page, and it's simple to use. What's the benefit of this app? Meaning you can check or get the information on the mobile telephone if you have any questions with regard to safety at work or and if you come across certain violation, you have to notify the Labor Inspectorate, and then you can make a picture. You might think that we're interested in getting as many notifications of those violations as possible. No, we just want to promote the awareness. We have to promote safety at work. And given the lockdowns, given the COVID-19 pandemic, I have to say that after the quarantine, the number of violations of safety at work has increased. And during the last week, there were 3 fatalities. 3 just employees, workers died just because of non-compliance of safety at work. And otherwise, the increase of violations, lethal even accidents during the last years, the increase by 33%. And there's no vigilance. Their skills have been sort of made redundant. So employers, I think, have to focus on that, to train persons, to make sure that there are personal protective measures and equipment that the employees use. So once again, I would like to thank for being invited, and it's so good to that this event is being organized as a live event, not online. It's good to see other people around, and this lack of social dialogue that we experienced during the lockdown, it makes it difficult to cooperate. So I wish you the most constructive discussions and a good event.
Būtent
Thank you.
didelis džiaugsmas yra susitikti gyvai, tai aš kviečiu, kad jau susitikome, tai
It's a
prašom
pleasure to
įsitraukti,
meet
turėsime po
face to
pietų ir
face.
diskusijas, turėsime
After lunch, as I've
darbo
already
grupes, tai
said, we shall
aktyviai
have
dalyvaukime
discussions
galų gale kavos
and
pertraukėlių metu, būkime
workshops.
socialiai aktyvūs ir
Let's be socially active during
diskutuokime.
coffee
O dabar
breaks. Let's have discussion even then. But to introduce you to discussions,
Pirmasis tai yra
two
apie
presentations.
naujas
The
darbo
first will
organizavimo
be
formas,
about
kurių
new forms of
pareikalavo
organizing
mūsų
work
pasikeitusi,
the
situacija. Skaitmeninė revoliucija nėra vien tik
revolution
technologinė pažanga, kaip yra įprasta
Digital
manyti,
revolution
ne?
is not only
Nes
technological
priešingai jos
progress.
epicentre esame mes, žmonės,
in the
todėl
very
skaitmeninė
center of
transformacija
everything
natūraliai
is
susijusi
we,
yra ir su
people.
inovacijomis darbo
Of course,
organizavimo
everything
procese.
is
Tad kokios
related
jos,
to
apie jas pakalbėti
innovations in
kviečiu
the working
Vilniaus
process.
universiteto
So I
verslo
would like
mokyklos
to
skaitmeninės rinkodaros
invite
ekspertą gerbiamą Igną
Mr.
Zimaitį.
Ignas
Pasitikime aplankymais
Zimaitis
jį.
from the Vilnius University Business School.
Prašom sena jūsų ir Igno pranešimas.
yours.
Naujos darbo organizavimo
Ignas is
formos
going to speak about new
skaitmeninės
forms of
revoliucijos.
organizing work in the digital
Ačiū labai,
revolution.
labas rytas, išties labai smagu yra būti gyvai
Thank
čia,
you.
turbūt bus šios
It's a
dienos
great
klišė,
pleasure
ką
to
sakoma,
be
bet tikrai norisi
participating
pasidžiaugti tą
here
puikią
live.
galimybę.
This is a
Ir,
wonderful opportunity.
na, aš turiu šiek tiek paruošęs tezių, kurias norėčiau apginti,
I
o
would
kartu galbūt
like
tikiuosi, kad
to
mano
present
informacija,
several
kurią aš jums
ideas to
perduosiu,
you. I will try to
sukels
defend them. And I believe that the
aštrias,
information
bet
that
prasmingas
I'm going
diskusijas
to
tiek
offer
kavos pertraukėlių
will
metu,
give
turbūt po
rise
to
to
persikels
discussions,
diskusija,
not
kuri
only
bus
during
suformuota,
coffee breaks, but also to the
Tai,
official
tema
discussion
yra
time
naujos
after
darbo
lunch.
formos skaitmeninės revoliucijos
So
eroje.
the topic is new
aš,
forms of
kadangi esu
organizing
Vilniaus
work
universiteto
in
mokyklos dėstytojas,
under
tai
digital
įtempsiu
revolution
jūs ir šiek
conditions.
tiek į teorinį tam tikrą
Yes,
momentą, mes
as I
perėsim per
work
tokį
in the
teorinį
Vilnius
diskursą, šiek tiek
University
ir
Business
pasižiūrėsim, o
School,
kas čia iš tikrųjų
I'm
vyksta su
going
mūsų
to offer
aplinka
some
ir kas tai yra ta
theoretical issues as well.
IT
I would
revoliucija
like to speak
ir
about
kas tai yra
the
skaitmeninė
situation,
revoliucija.
the
Tai,
environment, and about the digital
šiuo metu na, mes
revolution.
gyvename tame virsme, iš
on the
esmės,
whole.
nuo 80-ųjų
We
metų
are
buvo
now
traktuojama,
at a
kad
certain
įvyko
breaking point.
trečioji pramonės revoliucija, IT revoliucija,
Starting
kurios
with the
principas yra, kad mašinos
80s, we're
pakeičia
speaking about
pavojingą techninį darbą,
when the
o dabar esame
machines
zonoje, kurioje
replace human work,
matome
and
skaitmeninės
now
revoliucijos
we are
virsmą, kuris
at the
susijęs su
time
mašinų
when
žinių darbuotojų pakeitimą mašinomis.
when the
Bet
knowledge of the
išties
workers is
visų pirma,
replaced by
reikėtų
technology, by
pabrėžti
machines.
Tai, kad skaitmeninė revoliucija, na, tai nėra
Digital revolution is not only a term related to the future.
Ir dabar.
Everything
Ir
is happening
ypatingai
today,
pastebimas
now.
tas momentas, kad,
And
na, pandemijos
we all
laikotarpis
see
ypatingai
that during
paspartino tuos procesus.
pandemic,
Jau pradedant vien
all the
edukacijos
processes
srityje, daugybę
just
metų
are
buvo
happening
šnekama apie
much
hibridinį
faster.
mokymą, poreikį,
We've been talking
poreikį.
about
Na, tai
distance
ir ta
learning,
pandemija
about
teko persiorientuoti per savaitę. Todėl
but
iš esmės, na,
suddenly,
tai, kas buvo
when the
nusėdę
pandemic struck, we had to reorganize our work just in a week. We didn't have time to discuss and think. Now, of course, we meet certain challenges, but we are in a new situation, a new era. Digital revolution is not related only to technologies. The center of everything is people. We can look at it from different perspectives.
Skaitmeninių technologijų revoliucija iš esmės lemia, na, mūsų
The revolution of digital technologies has a lot to do with our life, the way we work. And it's very important to emphasize that
gebėjimas tomis galimybėmis.
It is us that will have to work with these technologies, just the skills that we will have to work with them. The technologies that are coming all the time, more and more modern.
Ir čia
Here,
įtempiu jūs irgi dar sykį į teoriją.
a bit of theory, starting with 89,
Yra vykdoma
that is from last millennium. The discussion has been going on about the factors that participate in just accepting these new technologies. It's not only the people who work with the technologies, but also leaders, the way they accept just the appearance, the emergence of these new technologies. So we can look at the model of 1989. So here are very clear factors. There are internal and external factors. Very important is understanding how useful the new technologies are. Also, just the simplicity, the approach to how they should be used, and just intention to use them, and the usage itself.
Teorinė informacija, bet mano požiūrį yra labai reikšminga siekiant
In my understanding, it is very important
to
direct those new technologies and processes the way
Ir kadangi mes kalbame iš esmės apie ketvirtąją pramonės revoliuciją, skaitmeninę revoliuciją, mes nesame pirmieji, kurie apie tai kelia klausimą. Suvokdama, mokslininkai, įvairios valstybinės institucijos suvokdamos tą virsmo svarbą, iš esmės jau yra apsibrėžę tai, kaip mes ateityje dirbsime. Ir aš šioje vietoje norėčiau tiesiog pasakyti, kad yra toks nuostabus dokumentas parengtas Vokietijos darbo ir socialinių reikalų ministerijos, kuris vadinasi Work 4.0. Darbas 4.0. Tai iš esmės pritaikyta ketvirtosios pramonės revoliucijos kontekstui. Didžiulis nuostabus dokumentas, kuris pasako, o kaip atrodys darbo vieta ateityje. Ir mes galėsime iš tikrųjų, eidami punktas per punktą, mes matysime, kad tai jau vyksta. Iš esmės mes esame jau
But I can say that we are not only looking at the future, we are speaking about now, what we are doing now.
Kiekvienas tas punktelis neabejotinai reikalautų dar gilesnės
This
diskusijos
conception might need a much longer discussion.
Šešios
But
kertinės
here
tezės,
are the
kurios yra
6
išdėstytos
main
Work 4
theses.
koncepcijoje, yra tai, kad dėka skaitmeninės revoliucijos visų pirma, ekonominių sektorių vyksta transformacija ir jos
The first
tiesioginė
is that
įtaka.
transformation of economic
reiškia?
sectors
Dalis
is happening,
esamų
and just the
darbo
direct
pozicijų
impact on
išnyks.
employment.
Ir
It
tai,
means
kad ir
that
kaip gąsdinančiai
certain
skamba,
kinds of
ir prie to
work
turime prisitaikyti.
will
Antra,
disappear.
Atsiradimas
The
skaitmeninių
second,
platformų,
digital
kurios
platforms
sąlygoja
emerge,
naujų darbo formų
precondition
atsiradimą.
new
Ką aš čia konkrečiai
labor
turiu omeny?
forms.
Turbūt gal
What do
taip
you have in
nutiks, kad
mind?
antrą sykį paminėsiu apie tai, bet Uber platforma.
For
Mes
example,
matome ne tik
Uber
Uber, mes matome ir
platform.
lietuviškus atvejus.
We see also Lithuanian platforms, Volt, which were very important during the lockdown. So the emergence of new platforms that provide a clear link between providers of services and the users of the
Trečias
services.
momentas yra tam tikros temos,
Then
tam tikri
there
klausimai
are
susijęs
certain
su
issues
didžiuliu duomenų
related
panaudojimu.
to the use of big data.
Bet iš esmės tai yra didžiulių kiekių informacijos
That
panaudojimas
is
versle. kadangi
huge
technologinės
amounts of information that we need in
leidžiančios
businesses.
analizuoti labai didelio masto duomenis, jų panaudojimas versle,
And
panaudojimas
analyzing them and using them in
vienas
business. So this is one of the aspects that is paid great attention to workforce zero conception. The fourth point is the relation between the functions performed by human beings and technologies, machines. Where the modern technologies take us.
Specializacijos gilinimas vienoje srityje, ar
Is it
reikėtų
upskilling or reskilling?
Formą judėti, kur kiekvienas individas galėtų apimti kuo
What I
daugiau
mean is
sferų
that
ir juose
one individual might
Tie
just become
klausimai
a professional
tampa
in many
aktualūs,
spheres,
ypatingai
or
work
whether we should
koncepcijos
concentrate on what
platformai.
kind of activity.
Penktas momentas,
The fifth
turbūt
point,
aktualiausias dabartiniu laiku.
I believe it is one of the most important today, is flexibility of working place and working hours.
Jog dirbti iš namų galima.
Now we have finally understood that we can work from home.
Įvyko pokyčiai turbūt sparčiau negu buvo tikėtasi.
Now all those changes have happened much faster than what the German scientists expected. And of course, the sixth is all kinds of changes in the structures of organizations. Well, these are, of course, theses, but all of them determine the emergence of new ways and new forms.
Svarbiausią momentą, kuris yra, manau, susijęs su dabartiniu laikotarpiu, su
Now,
pandemijos laikotarpiu ir
again,
tai, kas
very
labiausiai matoma
important
yra
today
skaitmeninės revoliucijos eroje,
the
tai yra du momentai.
situation of digital
Darbo vietos
revolution.
kūrimas, kas prieš
So
tai buvo
is
man
the
išsakyta. Ir aš
mobility
norėčiau dar
of
pabrėžti tą
working
būtent
place
atsiradimą užsakomosios
and
vadinamos
the
on-demand
emergence of
ekonomikos.
the
Tai tas
so-called
super atvejis, ir apie
on-demand
kiekvieną jų šiek tiek
economy.
plačiau aš norėčiau padiskutuoti.
I would like to
Dabar
start with
pradėsiu nuo
that.
darbo vietos lankstumo.
Now, working place mobility.
Nepatikimas šaltinis kaip akademikui, todėl labai norėtųsi to pabrėžti, sumažintomis raidėmis idėjau, bet tiesiog negalėjau tuo nepasiremti. Eilinė LinkedIn apklausa, kaip jūs įsivaizduojate, kaip jūs norėtumėte dirbti ateityje. Kaip ir būtų labai blogas šaltinis, tačiau šitoje neformalioje apklausoje sudalyvavo 100 000 respondentų. Todėl skamba ganėtinai įtikinamai. Ir buvo pasiūlymai teikiami. Kaip balsuotų, kaip norėtumėte dirbti ateityje?
How would you like to work?
Absoliučiai didžioji dalis.
The majority, the big majority said they would
44%. 3 dienas iš savaitės, iš 5 dienų norėtų dirbti.
They would like to work
2 dienas 17,
you will see
vieną dieną 4%.
some of them wanted to work 3 days per week, some of them wanted to work
Tai yra
from
noras
home only,
darbuotojų. Nuolat ofise norėtų būti 4,5.
and only 4.55% would like to work in the working place, in the offices.
Įmonių yra formų,
Of course, there are different forms, there are different activities where you wouldn't be able to introduce such cultural changes. But of course, we should pay attention to all these numbers and the people.
Lietuvoje esančią tarptautinę organizaciją IT, kurios įmonės filosofija buvo nelabai toleruoti darbo per
organization, IT organization working in Lithuania, and they never looked very positively on working from home. But during the pandemic, the demand of IT workers rose dramatically, and the company just had to change their views. And I believe that even after all these lockdowns, after the pandemic, a lot of new things will stay. Why don't people want to go back to the usual working places? They offer various criteria.
Pirmas momentas. autonomiškumo jausmas.
just they feel more
Matyt, tai yra
autonomous,
susijęs su tuo pasitenkinimu, gebėjimu,
just
laiko valdymu.
satisfaction at being able to do with the time, working time, the way they see best.
Įvardinamas kaip, kad darbas per nuotolį yra susijęs su geresniu gyvenimo ir darbo balansu.
Again, working from home,
Dažnai mūsų yra minimas.
they feel that there is a better balance between work and life. That's why they don't want to go back to the offices.
Galimybė
Third
patogiau
thing
organizuoti
is
savo laiką.
there's the possibility to organize the working time, working hours in a better
paslėptos
way.
idėjos mintis. O svarbiausia,
But what
čia jau
is
truputėlį
more
ne tai, ką darbuotojai
important,
įvardina,
it's
bet
not what the
yra
workers mention,
tam
but
tikrų jau
there are certain
įrodymų, galima tai būtų vadinti,
there is
kad
certain proof
darbas iš,
that
ne iš ofiso neretai būna susijęs su aukštesniu
working
produktyvumu
from
ir
home, that is not staying in the working place, often
bendrai sekantiems darbuotojų
provides a higher productivity and satisfaction.
Yra ir iššūkiai, nebejotinai, susijęs su tuo. Tai visų pirma, tokie buitiniai,
Of course, there are some
pragmatiški
challenges
dalykai.
as well.
Tam tikrais atvejais yra
What
reikalinga
are they?
papildomos investicijos į
First and
infrastruktūrą.
foremost,
Tai yra
certain
susiję ne tik su
additional investment
priemonių,
is needed
suteikimu, bet
into the
kartu ir su
infrastructure.
duomenų apsaugos momentais,
I'm
nes
talking
kadangi
here about data
visiškai neįmanoma
protection
kontroliuoti tam tikrų dalykų.
and
Tai yra
various
iššūkis
other
susijęs su komunikacija,
needs.
kuri
Also
truputėlį
challenges
apsunkėja
related to
iš tos
communication,
priežasties.
because communication
Kartu tai yra susijęs su
is
problema
more difficult to handle. At the same
naujų
time,
darbuotojų
there's
onboardingų
a
vadinamų, tai yra
problem of
mentorystės ir
onboarding
mokymo klausimas,
new
kuris truputėlį tampa labiau
employees,
komplikuotas,
mentorship,
dėl to, kad
let's
nėra
say,
fizinio
training of
kontakto
employees,
su
just because of the lack of physical
Ir
contact. This
dar vienas
is
momentas, kuris
more
yra labai aktualus, kad
complicated. And last but
iššūkis
not least,
yra
challenge
kartu ir
is
darbuotojų savijautos, psichologinės
the
savijautos
observation
stebėsena.
of
Ir čia norisi
psychological
įsiterpti pasakant, kad Vilniaus
welfare or state
universitetas
of being of the employees.
supranta tai.
And
Vilniaus
Vilnius University, by the way,
investuoja
does
į
understand
tą
these challenges, and Vilnius
procesą.
University
Ir čia
invests
netgi
into
norėčiau
this
pasidžiaugti mūsų
process.
verslo
And
mokyklos
it makes me happy to
MBA programos Vilniaus studentų
say
darbų, kur jie jau
that
prieš keletą metų
we
sukūrė
have
įrankį,
the
leidžiantį
MBA study
matuoti
program
darbuotojų perdegimą.
at Vilnius
Vienas nuostabus,
University,
viena nuostabi iniciatyva, kuri buvo mūsų namuose užaugusi.
business school.
O kitas startuolis,
And,
kuris dabar
One just
partneriauja
project, one
su
program
Vilniaus
was
universitetu, yra
focusing on the
Electric,
possibilities
kurio iš
of
esmės būtent pagrindinė
burnout.
idėja yra
And the other is
matuoti, vertinti darbuotojų
eclectic and
psichologinę
with
būseną
a
ir
focus
identifikuoti
on
galimus momentus,
identifying
tai
and
yra
also
perdegimas.
measuring the psychological state of being
Kitas
of employees.
aspektas,
So
kuris yra
this
susijęs
is
su
some
tiek su
advancement.
su
Yet another aspect related to 4.0
yra užsakomosios vadinamos ekonomikos įsigalėjimas. Tai iš esmės, kalba eina apie platformas įmonės, kurios teikia galimybę, teikia paslaugą, sukurdamos internetinės prekyvietės platformą.
Which
Tai,
means that the businesses combine
iš vienos
the
pusės, ką aš
just
ir minėjau,
connect
tai yra
the recipient of the
pavyzdys,
service and
ar
the supply of the
panašaus
service
pobūdžio
and
įmonė,
the
kuri iš esmės
platform
tiesiog sujungia
of
vartotojus ir
online
paslaugų davėjus į vieną vietą.
trading.
Tik šitoj vietoj, tai
It's
kaip ir
quite
kartu ir
effective, but
galimybė verslui.
does it
Ir
mean
norėtųsi
it's social,
paminėti šitoj vietoj
there's social
egzistuojantį
responsibility here
įrankį
in this
Amazon
on-demand
Turk,
economy?
kuris
Let's say
leidžia
there's a tool, Amazon
susijungti su
Turk,
milijonais darbuotojų,
which
kurie yra pasiruošę
enables
on-demand paklausos
to be connected
paklausai
with
egzistuojant
millions
atlikti
of
daug
users who
protinio darbo
are
nereikalaujančius
ready
mechaninius tam tikrus darbus,
to
kas beje šiais
be
laikais
involved in
truputėlį
this online
netgi laikoma
economy.
yra 21 amžiaus vergyje, kadangi
This is
iš
kind of
esmės
slavery of the 21st century.
už labai mažą atlygį žmonės yra linkę tiesiog tam
People
tikrus
are
atlikti darbus.
ready to
Todėl kyla
perform some kind of
klausimas,
uncomplicated just work
ar
for a very, very
šios
significant remuneration.
darbo formos,
So the
darbo
question
forma
arises
on-demand ekonomika iš
whether
esmės
this
yra
on-demand economy
socialiai
is
atsakinga.
socially
Dėl to tai yra
responsible.
vienas iš tų momentų, kurį norėsis irgi perkelti į būsimą diskusiją, kad mes
I think we have to talk about that, about on-demand economy.
Kalbu dabar apie
social
dabartį,
responsibility.
šiek tiek apie ateitį,
Now,
bet dar sykį
we
grįžtant
have been
prie
talking about the past, about
4.0
yes, the present
koncepcijos.
days, but let's go back to
Keturi pagrindiniai
the
aspektai,
concept
kurie yra vardinami,
and the
kaip
future
atrodys
of the
darbo
concept
organizavimas ir
of
kokie
work
iššūkiai bus ateityje patiriami.
4.0.
Tai visų pirma,
So what
tai ką mes šiek
what
tiek
awaits us?
esame jau dabar ir
Probably
palietę.
the disappearance
Ribų
of
tarp darbo
any just
ir
lines
asmeninio gyvenimo išnykimas
between work
su
and
visais tais
personal life.
geraisiais ir blogaisiais to
Meaning
aspektais.
Bo-
Antras
both-
momentas
both with positive and negative
darbuotojams draugiškos
aspects. Number
mobilumo
two,
formos.
we'll
Ko
probably
tai
see
visų pirma, iš tikrųjų, kas
the
įdomu, kad tai
new,
reikalauja ir
forms
transformacijos
of,
tam tikros lyderystėje. Iš esmės
mobility,
suvokti tuos
employee-friendly
tai, jog
mobility
darbuotojams tai yra
forms.
reikalinga.
Because this
Trečias
is what
momentas,
employees need.
dėka
Number three,
persipinusio asmeninio
thanks to
ir darbo
this
gyvenimo
kind of
ir to ir tų ribų
overlapping,
išnykimo,
no
akcentuojama
more
Work
limits
4.0
between
koncepcijoje,
work
kad
and
aštrės
personal life.
ir taps labiau svarbiu sveikatos apsaugos
There's a
klausimas.
likelihood that
Užtikrinimas
the
sveikatos apsaugos,
issues
kur
of
pasirodo yra
health
tikrinimas,
protection
kad
will
įmonės
become
imsis
even
lyderystės irgi
more
šioje sferoje.
important. And it's
Ir
of course
mano
related to
minėtas,
corporate social
elementariai,
responsibility.
persipinus
And something I have already mentioned,
gyvenimo ir darbo
number four is
sferoms atsiranda labai didžiulis poreikis iš esmės
because
matuoti,
of this overlapping of
identifikuoti vartotojų
two
pervargimą ir
spheres,
jų balansą.
work and personal
Aš
life.
matau šitoje vietoje
There will be a need to identify
sprendimą.
the
Ateitis yra ir dabar.
exhaustion of
Todėl ir
burnout
turbūt
syndrome among
čia esantys
employees.
susirinkę iš esmės
So
turite
what
tą galimybę
solutions
imtis
can be
lyderystės. Nes
found?
vėlgi,
Leadership is, I
turbūt
think,
nuo
most important because
lyderystės priklauso sėkmingas
depends on
naujų
leadership.
technologijų perėjimas ir
whether the
skaitmeninės
transition to
revoliucijos
new
sėkmė.
technologies will be successful
labai.
and whether the era of this digital revolution will be successful. Thank you very much.
Ačiū labai Jums, Ignai,
Thank
Jūs
you,
labai
Ignai.
gražiai perėjote savo kalboje nuo technologijų prie
You,
motyvacijos, kas
you
motyvuoja
went from
darbuotojus,
technologies
nes,
to motivation, and I think you will agree that most employers need a strong, resilient, motivated team. And when we say that this organization works just successfully, so what do we mean? Of course, it's human resources, but the motivational measures that we used in the past are no longer good because, yeah, just, all right, if it's teleworking, I work from home. So what does that mean? Whether I work for organization A or organization B, I don't get any fringe benefits that I used to get it when there was live work, and now it's teleworking. So how can I possibly increase the motivation? And what is the future for that? I think it's important to show the employee that the recognition, how can we possibly retain the best talents in our organization? And this is a question we'll ask Lina. And Lina says that we have to be ready to let them go every day. This is probably a way of motivating. Well, Lina Korizniene from the head of the administration of Vilnius City Municipality and also lecturer of Vilnius University Business School. Yeah, thank you very much. It was really interesting to listen to Igna's presentation. And I have been working for a long time, and I'm still working in the sphere of human resource management. I'm also a lecturer at Vilnius University, and when I work with students, we talk about digital processes, and I showed my students the processes that are put within certain boxes, but I also tell my students that I you cannot focus on boxes or whatever. You have to look at the human beings and employees. And it's my firm opinion that the priority is the human capital. And let's say employers or managers of human resources find it not that easy to retain the best employees, to motivate them. And let's say this summer, when I was looking at LinkedIn, I used to feel some kind of stress, particularly after this pandemic. Why? Because some companies arrange some parties, the others have some motivational, I don't know, packages, or just describe their inner culture. And I think maybe we do too little to motivate our persons to look at the other businesses. They seem to be far ahead. So that's why I feel stressed, because I think maybe I don't motivate my employees enough. And I think my colleagues probably think this along the same lines. And then we go to conferences, we read, give lectures, or we Google and how to better motivate our persons. And I think you know what I'm talking about. And very often we see, let's say, online such information, 14 best tips, the most effective ways, how to motivate the unmotivated ones. And there's such an abundance of material that is truly difficult to select the best information. So what happens most often is that businesses take part of the information from one source and another part from another source, etc. Of course, these motivational packages keep changing, like Igna said, and if several years ago or before the pandemic, we used to think that it's important to recruit the best talents, and even IT companies. We had state-of-the-art, let's say, kitchens in the offices or gyms, and these are the pictures from Lithuanian companies, and we're proud. Or just some premises for rest, for taking a nap. Also, we used to arrange various skiing or whatever trips. But you know what happened? Very often, those employees felt that they were kind of tied in to that place of work. And they felt that they had to work just for these favors. And as I said, those employers, we're proud of their accomplishments, but then COVID struck, everything changed. And one day we left our offices, and all those gyms, all those state-of-the-art kitchens, or just some trips, lost any meaning. And I think employers and human resource managers had to start thinking from scratch. How, under very different circumstances, how could they possibly inspire employees? And all the managers of my organization, I'm talking about municipality, we were thinking how to sort of save business and what to do for our employees so that they don't lose all motivation. And given this uncertainty because of the COVID, it's most challenging to motivate employees. Studies have been conducted, are still being conducted, and even now I think the priority should be placed on the health of an employee. When we talk about health, as Igna said, in the future, there will probably be no line drawn between work and personal life. I don't quite agree. I think right now it's most important for the employees to retain this balance between work and personal life. Doesn't matter whether we're talking about office work or teleworking, and I just have regular meetings with the various representatives of different companies, and I remember talking to HR manager of IT company, and he said, we no longer install gyms or Xboxes or gyms in our new offices. There's no point, and it's not popular to work overtime. No, that's the past. The employers of today, they try to focus on the balance, on reconciliation between work and personal life. Because when we talk about teleworking or remote work, the working hours are longer, right? Because of this communication, let's say. It's not some 7 working hours anymore. So I think, as of today, it's most important to retain this balance between work and personal life. And I also motivate my employees, let's say during the weekends, to put the PC somewhere aside and to disconnect from work, not to be bothered. If during the pandemic flexicurity was a priority, now again it's losing importance. I think, yes, flexibility is important. Let's say there was a survey in LinkedIn, and most employees said that they were willing to work from home, but some other companies stated that their employees said they would like to have this balance, 3 days in the office and 2 days at work, or not to use social skills. Because I think when people started returning to the office and, let's say, seeing their colleagues after not having seen them for I don't know how long, people need socialization. They need, because this complete lockdown is no good for us. We need to socialize. We need to have contact with our colleagues, with our peers. So we try to work on that. We promote the mix between office work and remote work, because we are human beings. And looking at the screen all the time adds to our fatigue, to exhaustion. And going back to motivational packages, what is important these days? When we try to look for the best way by copying, copy-pasting something from the internet, I think it's very important to have a sequence, a consistent approach within the company. What best suits the needs of a certain company, how to best motivate its employees to increase their performance. If in the past you would have asked employees what they hope to get, let's say maybe flexible schedule, working hours, gym, etc. Now the expectations differ. Let's say I asked my students yesterday, my colleagues, and students, yes, what motivates them? And they said it's the meaning of studies / work, the skills and the ability to apply the theoretical knowledge in practice, etc. And now, when I ask my employees what motivates them, they say, what is this kind of driving force that makes them wake up in the morning And so again, they say it's communication, this openness of it's feedback, it's because if we communicate or socialize less, we have to give some other feedback. We have to either ask them how they're doing or to give them feedback about their performance. Doesn't matter how many articles we read, how many recommendations we get. I think it's most important for an organization of today is to be consistent, to be open, and to also keep our promises to employees. This is I firmly believe this is the driving force that keeps our employees going and being motivated. And how can we possibly retain our employees? A hypothetical question, but this, well, about a year ago, I think, I kind of found the answer. When sometimes the employees would come to me and say, maybe I want to leave my work, and I ask why. Maybe they feel some tension, or maybe they want to disclose some other potential elsewhere, but quite often this employee would tell me it's like racketeering the employer, maybe asking for better working conditions or maybe better higher remuneration. So when these talented employees left or quit, meaning I used to be stressed. But then I understood, as I said a year ago, that we have to be ready to let them go every single day. And after I understood that, there are no irrepressible human beings. And maybe if one person quits, maybe I'll have another even better. So let's not be stressed. Let's take it easy. Let's be ready to let our employees go. We have to motivate our employees, yes, but once again, we have to be ready to let them go. And in our organization, and I think elsewhere, these days there's a kind of cycle that in a few years, these employees who quit, they tend to come back. And my very last remark is what motivates employers, because we keep talking about motivating employees, but and employers, yes, they HR managers, they truly try their best. But it's very rarely that we hear the question or that somebody is interested in what motivates managers. And some time ago, I asked my own just manager how he feels as an HR manager. And he thanked me, he said, nobody has ever asked me that. And I think it's not a disgrace, it's not a shame to be honest, to talk, let's say, with the employees, to ask something. Because employers are not some omnipotent gods. They have to be open, and this openness, I think, helps both sides, both employers and employees. Employers are not, as I said, supermen, not omnipotent gods. And they are also human beings who tend to make mistakes, who can feel weak and who don't know certain things. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Ačiū Jums. Tai aš irgi nenorėdamas jūsų pririšti šioje konferencijoje, noriu Jūs išleisti.
I would like also to let you have some free time, a coffee break. We shall come back in 20 minutes, 11:15. We shall have two guests from faraway countries that will share their experience, taste the coffee and nice talks over a cup of coffee.
Can you share screen?
Kągi, sveiki gyvi, tęsime mūsų konferenciją, leiskite pasveikinti jūs.
We shall go on with our conference. We'll come back after the coffee break. And now we shall listen to the presentations of two guests. We can even have people speak from their homes. Now, we are going to hear about the experience of India. We have Dr. Madhukar, Director General, BRICS Chamber of Commerce and Industry, India.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Madhukar here. I'm glad that I'm participating
Taip,
in
aš
this
labai
very August
laimingas
conference
galėdamas
organized
čia dalyvauti konferencijoje.
by the Lithuania
Lietuvoje.
Vilnius Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Crafts. I'm thankful to both the organizations,
Dėkingas už pakvietimą.
BCCIC, that this opportunity has been given to me. The certain, slides should be given to you, presented to
Puikiai
you first,
galimybė
and after you have
kalbėti
gone
su
through the
jumis,
slides, then I
nors
will
iš
make a
nuotolio.
small speech at the end of it. So kindly look at the slides presented to you. You will see that on the 30th January,
Na, matote, kad 2020 metų sausio 30 dieną Pasaulio sveikatos organizacija paskelbė kritinę padėtį.
Confirmed cases and 4291 deaths in 114 countries. Such a global health crisis has caused an unprecedented restructuring of resources in terms of both the speed and scale of mobilization. The spread of the virus poses a serious threat to various countries across the globe. On March 2024, our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, called for a complete lockdown of the entire nation for 21 days in an effort to contain the COVID-19 pandemic. India practiced social distancing on a never-before scale and kept the country's 1.3 billion population indoors all day. On 30th May 2021, India registered about 165,000 new cases of the COVID-19 and 3,460 deaths that took place due to the infection. India has a long, rich history of undertaking social initiatives by the industry for the benefits of masses across different areas for supporting the national development agenda. Moreover, there has been a conscious attempt to keep the CSR legislation aligned with India's commitment to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The people who faced a lot of hardships are due to the imposition of lockdown in India. Both the industry suffered, the people suffered, and it looked like that the whole world had come to an end. The corporate social responsibility played a crucial role in this age of pandemic 19, COVID-19, where business is trying their best to cope up with the tremendous challenges and challenging time. Government of India declared the novel coronavirus outbreak in the country a notified disaster to enable state governments to mobilize resources from the state disaster response funds. The government of India inspired industry to provide social support. The response to the government's call to support COVID-19 efforts has been overwhelming. The government has also set up the Prime Minister Citizen Assistance and Relief in Emergency Situation Fund to respond to the COVID-19 crisis. Further, Schedule 7 of CSR law was amended to include contributions to PM CARES as CSR contribution along with the existing Prime Minister's Relief Fund. CSR activities include engaging in the manufacturing and distribution of masks, sanitizers, and personal protective equipments, providing meals to the downtrodden and making arrangements for the quarantine centers, etc. Companies got engaged in research and development activity for new vaccine, drugs, medical devices in their normal course of business and medical devices relating to COVID-19. There is no doubt that the grit and resilience shown by the civil society campaigners against COVID-19 is paramount. The second wave concerning the COVID-19 pandemic is responsible for claiming the lives of millions of loved ones in India, putting uncontrollable pressure on healthcare professionals as well as infrastructure in the nation. The current times pushed global and corporate leadership to take the forefront, especially being responsive to safety to employees, effectively running core operations, and responding to change. Addressing the nation on 75th Independence Day, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi said, India has shown remarkable courage in fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. He applauded medical fraternity, industry, and development sector, and every citizen of the country for their efforts to fight against COVID-19. India has shown remarkable courage in fighting the coronavirus pandemic, and the collaborative efforts are still continuing. As the world moves into whatever the new normal holds, corporate social responsibility will become more essential and can act as a powerful medium to respond to such crises. Work from home, online studies, social distancing, sanitizing, and face masks are going to be part of our lives for a long time. The world is in need of more volunteers than ever to help rebuild communities and help them adjust with the new norms. Companies across the globe now is under much greater scrutiny, and technology will be the key in reshaping CSR for its role in the brave new world we'll be living in. Thank you. Now, having shown these slides to you, my submission is that God forbid such a colossal loss of life and opportunities would never happen. A calamity which was unprecedented. We faced that kind of misery which has been not seen and not known in human history. India has a big population to support. 1.3 billion is not a small number, and majority of them living in villages and remote locations. So it's a very challenging situation when you have to reach out to that number of people. Children were deprived of the education to the extent that there are no classrooms, and all the students, all the children studying in remote areas and villages which are not connected through internet had to resort to some kind of stopgap arrangement, and they did not really study much. So this is a big loss to the future generations. Those who were employed had to do work online from home. And the work from home came as a challenge as well as an opportunity for those, at least women, especially women, who got an opportunity to work, for themselves, for the organizations in which they could find employment, because they could still take care of the family as well as they can earn some money out of it. This was an opportunity as well as a challenge. So business suffered due to lockdown and long lockdown, and suffering of people, needed to reduction in their earnings, leading to all kinds of problems and difficulties. Infrastructure, which was not meant to cater to all the population of the country, had to be redeveloped. New methods were evolved to cater to those issues and problems. It was a very great, difficult time. Corporate houses came to the rescue of the society. They did everything possible under the sun to take care of their employees as well as staff and other things. And they did organize all kinds of help possible for keeping the people alive as well as keep the morale of the people up so that they could face such kind of calamity. Infrastructure for health also got developed in the process. Today, India is better prepared, and the companies and corporates have come in good number to develop such capacities which were not seen before, so that it could cater to the needs, if at all arising in future, of a similar kind. Women, and particularly the self-help groups, SHG, got engaged in stitching masks and also cooking for the poor and needy. They were fed. The community kitchens had started, and all kinds of help were being given to the underprivileged and very poor class of people who had lost employment due to this calamity. Government relaxed various laws so that CSR contribution could take care of the special needs that was thrown up due to the pandemic. One more thing which happened is that having witnessed such a calamity, the corporates realized that they have a definite role to play in socially desirable purposes. They did not understand, they simply understood that they had to contribute a small part of your income towards social development or to meet the aspirations of the society. But this was put to all kinds of experiments and challenges. And it could be seen that what is social responsibility and what their role could be to safeguard their long-term interest and their connectivity with the community, with the people who could be their ultimate masters, but they are the consumers. The consumers are king. Even in the process, e-commerce developed to a great extent because deliveries of goods and services which were not earlier accessible became very much applicable to majority of the companies, that they could deliver things which were needed by the people. So a new benchmark got set up, got created in the process of responding to social aspirations and social needs of the society. I would end my address at this moment, and I'll welcome any question coming into your mind, and you can raise them now. Over to the audience. Thank you.
Taigi, ačiū svečiui, ačiū Jums už
Thank you very
Thank you very
much.
much for your speech. Ir taip, galime keliauti
And
toliau.
now, can we proceed further on?
Tada aš noriu pristatyti dar vieną svečią mūsų.
It's my pleasure to introduce one more guest, Dr. Hana Shindina from Suvi University, Yuma Strategic Management Center representative. And Hana will familiarize us with the possibility to cooperate more. Instead of fighting for a larger piece of the pipe, we have probably to think about baking a larger pie, and it will be for our benefit.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very pleased to be in such honored auditorium with my colleagues. I hope, and again, thank you, dear translators, because you're doing an amazing job. I will try to be slow. Okay, let me start. So I have my own, my own experience of being infected by COVID, and actually that was like a kind of storytelling. I'm the part of storytelling. I'm giving you some understanding why we did our research. Firstly, let's talk about how many spheres were hit by COVID. I will put my camera here. So as you see, the list is amazing, right? So the studies were done, the papers were published about a lot of sectors, including energy sector. We're talking about the communicational industry. Tourism were damaged, of course. And then we will go into the healthcare. So many blaming were there. So for instance, the trainings were not good, the budgeting was not good, the resource relocation were not good, we were not prepared for this pandemic situation. All of these kind of blamings were in papers, well, with statistical data. But when I was hit by COVID, in Ukraine, it's not like the most wealthy country. We have like very low resources in healthcare, and I'm in very like little city. I'm located in a little city. I saw how great job was done for anyone. Like the access to healthcare was good. Anyone could get help. People were saved actually, and medical, like healthcare specialists were at the top. And the main idea was to collect statistical data and to make solid research in Ukraine to understand what is actually going on. Because our feelings, like, you know, scientists has the feelings inside that something is wrong with statistical data. Morbidity is really different, mortality is really different. Why the one region is hit more by COVID, why another region is hit less by mortality. So this is the current study that already published, and the aim was to design the method of decision making and choosing the social policy according to accurate statistical data. Well, I'm not going to, I'm sorry, I just realized that this slide is really like with little letters. So just trust me that we have 5 steps methodology. We started with initial data. We have data on mortality, morbidity at January 2021. We got all these, you know, the classified morbidity cases. Determining the measuring of central trends, as you see, this is a step number 2. We did cluster analysis. We grouped the regions by the similarity, for instance, like characteristics we gathered. Then we realized that we need to see the mortality equation and morbidity equation, how they should be shaped here. And you see that we have regression for confirmed cases and regression for deaths confirmed, caused by COVID-19. And the adequacy was checked, model is fine. So I will just skip it, because if you have any questions, you can find my paper and you will criticize it. I'm really open for any critique. So what actually revealed that we were right, regions are different. When we try to see the regional competitiveness and to create some new ideas, innovations, we have different industries, we have different understanding of our ways, and we were hit differently by COVID-19. What we revealed that actually it's like we're still talking about responsibility and inequality here. Those regions were that, for instance, in Kyiv, mobility was high, but mortality was less than other regions had. And for instance, those regions that had higher mortality and mobility cases were less comparatively to Kyiv, they were polluted by industrials. And we could say like, yeah, it's kind of obvious things, but it's still not obvious till nowadays. But we try to, to raise the awareness about that. So you see that we have different groups. This is the groups that now we have classified by morbidity, when we have like diseases, like different types, and we realize that those industrials who are in chemical industry, they are more in respiratory disease group, and those who are doing like other stuff, they're in more endocrinal system disease. So what I'm saying is here the pitot diagrams for different mobility for different regions. And our understanding now is more clear, because you see the dependence between death due to COVID-19 and respiratory disease. And those regions which had chemical industries located, they was hit more. And those regions, like you see the cases between endocrinal diseases, they were hit more with morbidity. What I'm saying here is not we're blaming industrials now or manufacturers for doing their job. We try to understand what the social policy should be, how to relocate resources, how to cooperate, because you know that the most challenging thing that happened to healthcare institutions is how to get the budget back from the government if you already, you have the budget for the annual year. And what I'm saying is we created policy identification metrics adjusted to the healthcare. It means that you now, using the statistical data, you can replicate this research. And you can, like a policymaker, try to understand what are the regions are different. They are like more respiratory, more endocrine profile, and try to prevent the cases, try to prevent mortality in the end, and try to relocate budgets. So this is the most challenging thing right now, because when you're saying money, people became more, how to say, critical, skeptical. So that's why I'd like to talk about cooperation in competition. The cooperation here, we try to work together, but actually we can't work together because we are in competition directly or indirectly. Those social institutions, like, education, there's a little bit of competition to healthcare if you are in, you have budget from the government. And here's you have papers that were published by my colleagues in competition research. But I will try to spend some time for competition per se. So what is that? I know that you're from strategic management. You know that model porter, 5 forces model porter is one of the core elements of strategizing decisions. We have existing competitors, new entrants, suppliers, substitutes, and buyers, and we are in competition for new ideas, and the market is developing due to our efforts to create super value, right? So a super product. But in 1996, Brandenburger and Nalibov, the scientists from the United States, they were researching Silicon Valley phenomenon, and they say that mostly Silicon Valley was developed not because of pure competition, but co-petition, which is cooperation with competitors. When your competitors became your supplier or partner, I would say. So we're talking about complementars here in the model. So the model has changed recently, like since 90s, but still it is not quite new. It's quite new for the social institutions or agents, because it's really hard to imagine that you now can cooperate with your competitor. Okay, so why competition works? Because when we are separated in our markets or niche or social budgets, we are just trying to eat one single pie and competing with it for this slice. But if we will cooperate together, for instance, we can create like consortium for education or consortium for healthcare, try to do some innovations, we will create bigger pie, and even if you will have the same share in percentage, that will be bigger share. And coming to the point why this philosophy is working, because even business admits now that the wild times already gone, when we were saying like good competitor is dead competitor. We are moving to the new era when love your enemy principle works. Why does it work? Because you're gonna see that any person in sport can say the same. When you are climbing the mountain and you are on the top, who you're gonna meet there? You're gonna meet your competitor, and that will be your ideal partner because he or she will understand you quite well. Nobody will. So that's maybe my choice of my reason to choose a competition as a way for developing social policy or strategy in the markets. And you see that there is a lot of reasons of choosing the competition for firms. Of course, you can be dependent on resources. We're all dependent on resources. But we try to understand where the boundaries of this dependence and how we can cooperate together to see new ideas, new resources. And we know now that digitalization, the resources shouldn't be material anymore, and they're unlimited. So you see that we can have synergy, we can create new value, we can do more profits. Nevertheless, Harvard Business School is already having their own research that not all of the firms that are in competition winning more, but still I have my own hopes that maybe they didn't apply the idea right, okay? So these are the benefits and the risks. Let's talk about the risk first. In terms of in sphere of corporate social responsibility, of course you know that. Opportunism, shrinking, delay, I don't care much, maybe it's not my zone of responsibility. All of these things can happen in partnerships. But again, if you will do a very good contract, or if you will do a very good written social policy between institutions, you will find out that actually the benefits will be more. So hidden agenda, of course your partner having hidden agenda. Even if we're in cooperation, I want to win more, a little bit. It's like a kid's game. So you just need to admit that. That's still a sport, a game that we're playing in. We're not gonna kill anyone in the end, but it's like a football game. You want to have a cup. And between social institutions, the game takes place too. Let's admit that. Asymmetry of value capture means that even if you're creating a value in the end, maybe it will be not shared equally by the regions by the same way. And competence stealing, this is the main barrier sometimes. Even like I'm working as NGO, I'm working like a manager, I'm working in a firm. People are still believe that someone will steal your idea and implement that. I assure you, if someone will steal my idea and implement that, I will be very, very happy because the idea like should be scaled and scoped, and should be for like for all of us, you know, for the better place to live. So just put your ideas a little bit over the ground, right? So don't afraid to be stolen. But then we will have benefits in the end, as you see, the shrinking of life cycle of the product. So when we're talking about pharmacies companies, they are already in competition. They already having like innovations in new products, and they are going to the markets where they are reducing the costs for the production of new products, and they're already doing that. So why won't we? So why won't we, social policy makers or managers? And what I want to say next is, yeah, this is the advertisement. I'm in editorial boards of several journals. If you want to be published, just again, contact me. I will show you that. But my idea is here. You can Google this paper. You can read it, criticize it. I'm open for your suggestions, comments, and maybe research and cooperation. And there are at least two papers I want you to look at. This one, the first one is like healthcare policy budgeting, and another one is competition, which is, I think, a very perspective in many spheres, like safety, security, healthcare, pharmacy, manufacturing, aircrafter manufacturers are doing that for a long time. And I will conclude my speech with, what I discovered. It's mainly obvious that we are not equal regions, people, but we are different. And I think we will find power in our diversity. Thank you very much.
Ačiū labai. Taip, mes esame skirtingi regionuose ir taip toliau, su tuo turbūt neverta ginčytis, bet tie skirtumai turbūt gali atverti labai daug naujų galimybių. Naujos kolaboracijos, bendradarbiavimo galimybės. Ačiū dar kartelį mūsų svečiai už šį pranešimą. O aš noriu kviesti visus šiek tiek anksčiau į pietus, o susirinksime 1 valandą jau čia, pradedame diskusiją. Įmonių socialinę atsakomybę, bandysime pažiūrėti, o tai kur mes esame pasaulio kontekste, Europos kontekste, ką mes Lietuvoje jau esame pasiekę, kuo galime galbūt pasigirti, pasidžiaugti ir pasididžiuoti, ką mums davė ta pandemija, kokia ta mūsų socialinė atsakomybė. O po diskusijos kviesime ir į dirbtuves, kas jau užsiregistravote, jau esate laukiami, bet kurie dar nesate užsiregistravę. Taip pat noriu paanonsuoti dirbtuves ir jūs dar kartelį paraginti pakviesti. Tai socialinės atsakomybės praktikų dirbtuvės fasilituoja Lina Šleinotaitė Kalėdė, aplinkosaugos ekspertė, tvarumo ir saviorganizacijų fasilitatorė, eko konsultacijos vadovaujanti partnerė lauks jūsų gretimoje salėje po diskusijos. O dabar skanių gero apetito, atsisveikinu ir su tais, kas mūsų transliaciją žiūri
I am also saying goodbye to those who have been watching our work here. Thank you.
Nu. Į mane žiūrėk. Nu. Taip. Oho. Tikrai taip. Na.
Tai sveiki gyvi, leiskite pasveikinti visus sugrįžusius po pietų pertraukos į tarptautinę konferenciją pandemijos iššūkiai ir galimybės įmonių socialiniai atsakomybei. Po pertraukos mes keliaujame į diskusiją įmonių socialinė atsakomybė, kur esame. Diskusijos dalyviai VU verslo mokyklos ekspertė, daktarė Danguolė Oželienė, Kargo įmonių grupės valdybos narė Jūratė Butinavičienė, Irma Spudienės, socialiai atsakingos įmonės DSP Plus įkūrėja ir vadovė, Ignas Zimaitis, VU verslo mokyklos skaitmeninės rinkodaros ekspertas, lektorius, mums jau pažįstamas, sveiki, ir moderatorė, VU verslo mokyklos direktorė, Vilniaus prekybos pramonės ir amatų rūmų viceprezidentė daktarė Birutė Miškinienė. Tai geros diskusijos. Jeigu bus iš publikos klausimų, tai aš būtinai mikrofoną prinešiu jiems.
Gerai, tai ačiū labai už mūsų visų pristatymą ir tikrai smagu matyti visus, ar ne, kaip aš ir pirmoji daly sakiau, labai smagu susitikti gyvai, nesvarbu, kad čia jaučiamės tokioje kaip televizijos studijoje visi iš tikrųjų. Tai va, tai mes susirinkom čia pasikalbėti apie socialinę atsakomybę ir iš tikrųjų pasišnekėti apie tai, kurgi mes dabar esam. Ir mūsų diskusijos pašnekovai turi labai skirtingas patirtis. Tai pirmiausiai, žinot, aš norėčiau turbūt paprašyti kiekvieno ir nuo manęs pradėtume nuo Irmos, labai trumpai prisistatyti, pasakyti, ką jūs atstovaujate.
Present themselves to tell us what you are representing, what you are in your company, and what is social responsibility for you. Let's start with you, Irma. I am very happy to know all of you personally. So, Irma, what is social responsibility for you? You have some time to think. Then, to start with, what company you represent and what do you do there? I shall start with presenting myself. I am just the person who established and head the company. I am also just a member of the chamber. I'm very happy to see that this social business and responsibility, social responsibility, is the sphere I'm working in. We come together and try to resolve the problems that relate Vilnius. Our activity in this sphere is unpaid. For many years, exactly 9 years, we've been organizing free seminars for our clients. And just what we are really in is all kind of safety equipment, I mean just clothes and so on. Now, why this year has been exceptional, we shall be talking about it later on, but social responsibility for me is a company that can add to the welfare of our people, and which pays attention not only to the profit they're going to get, but also to what it can do to make people's life better. So the accent is, Irma, just making people's life better. Well, I believe that people who know me, they know what we're doing. Don't tell everything now. Jūrate, what about you? First of all, I would like to thank you for the possibility to join this wonderful initiative. It's so nice to be able to meet and discuss not the issue whether we need to discuss this question, but we already think about doing something. Well, this topic is very broad. I'm just member of the board of one of the cargo group companies. We are in the logistics. We provide services of transport, just international transport. We have a couple of hundred of people, 130 in the administration. We have been expanding. We employed about 100 new people, and there are even more drivers. So this year is the year of fast development, no matter how hard the situation has been. And to make changes in this situation is very interesting, at least for me personally. Just our group is highly motivated. What social responsibility is for me? Now, first of all, I put the accent to the word responsibility. We live in a community, in society, in the country, in the world, so I feel responsible for whatever I do. First of all, the impact of my activity to the environment, and of course, then later on to the business we're in. Well, what we mean is that business should be long-term, not just a business for one week. Now, we also speaking about what's the meaning of all of this. The meaning for us is to create a better life for our clients, for our employees, and perhaps just to add to our mission, we should speak about the society. Now, we speak about both, just the mission that is the family business and then going broader. So, in short, I believe that for you is very important is just personal influence, personal steps, individual steps, so that they could go just either just up or making our work broader. I don't believe in slogans, no matter whether it's in the enterprise itself or whether they be somewhere externally. Well, of course, personal example is very important. Just Ignai, now it's your turn. We had the pleasure of listening to a very nice presentation of yours. I was surprised myself. I learned quite a few interesting things. Now, I would like you to speak about it. I represent a business school at Vilnius University, and I give lectures on subjects related to digitalization. Now, digitalization of the market. For me personally, is important that sometimes we forget that social responsibility starts with just efforts for a business to make profit. then later, when you work profitably, you can start listening about others. Again, if I go on with this definition of social responsibility, what I see in it, just like you, I don't like slogans, I don't like just showings of
vykdanti kažkokią tai žalingą veiklą gamtai kompensuoja, pridenginėja savo
yeah,
tam tikrus
well, I don't
darbus
like
nuostolius,
what I don't like is a situation when, let's say, there is a company that brings some damage to the environment, but later on, just it very loudly tries to compensate for it. Now, so your values, I believe that we're going to speak about it later on, the more so that in this conference today, we discuss people more and the impact on people, on our citizens. Now, of course, we cannot forget technologies when we speak about it, and Ignas has already demonstrated this in his presentation. Danguolė is a scientist and a person who has descended her thesis on social responsibility quite recently. So you are just a person that's an expert in the academical world. So Danguolė, what is social responsibility for you? Why did you choose your dissertation on this topic? Because there are lots of topics to choose from. Thank you for this nice presentation. Well, I wouldn't dare speak about myself as a scientist. Well, I've been interested in social responsibility for quite some time, more than over 10 years. Why did I choose the topic? Because I was interested in it. I just gave lectures on social responsibility. I still keep doing this. And I also work on sustainable development. Now, the concept itself, well, perhaps I have a little bit different approach. I don't identify social responsibility as sustainable development. Well, the limit between them is just disappearing. What is social responsibility for me? First of all, this is a very broad construct. There are lots of activities in it. On the other hand, even scientists themselves don't have the same opinion about it. While working on the topic in my dissertation, I understood that I cannot take just one approach. So I had to try my own. Social responsibility is not only good working conditions, not only just safety requirements, but also support to local communities, as well as your approach to the client. So there are lots and lots of sectors under this activity. And I believe that the future for business on the whole is sustainable development. Just let's say, like, when they can understand this, like innovation, like competitiveness. Thank you, Danguolė. Well, of course, sustainable development is something different. We're not going to speak about it today. We're going to speak about social responsibility. Danguolė touched upon a very interesting aspect. The social responsibility has a lot of definitions. There are as many definitions as there are scientists. But what is common is that social responsibility is not only social business, it's not only environment, it's not only economic things, but also social issues. I have with me one of the definitions, and I find it quite understandable. It reads like this: social responsibility is a voluntary obligation of organizations to apply it in all spheres of activities. This is what Danguolė has said. So first of all, it's voluntary activity. And that is that laws don't come in here, or laws don't tell you to do this. Even though before the discussion we already heard that there are certain countries where it's provided for the laws. Then that it has in it obligations of the organization to be responsible in various spheres. We're not speaking about just 3 different containers in sorting out waste. We are speaking about different things. So my question would be, why do companies participate or not participate in it? As we said, this is voluntary. We can choose between participating and not participating. So what is the motivation? Why should companies want to participate in social responsibility activities? I would like to start with Jūratė, because she has quite a lot of experience, over 20 years. And then I can say that while preparing for the discussion, I examined Cargo Plus webpage. You can see the declaration. And Ignas said, we don't like just this fake activities. So, Jūratė, why Cargo participates in this activity? Nobody tells us, our heart tells us. Perhaps I shall start with what motivates, what not motivates. There is not one single criterion. Why participate or not participate? So the first would be whether I can allow myself to do this or not. Perhaps I am a very small business and they can't afford taking part in this. Sometimes the main issue for us was to just continue our activity. And again, now you can remember what social responsibility was 20 years ago, the way we talked about it and the way we're talking about it today. Today, when we see such a broad choice, well, I wouldn't say that it's not regulated at all. For example, in the sphere of transport, there are certain regulations, and there is a certain framework established by the government also. But employees is one of the factors that choose the company according to certain criteria. One of them is social responsibility. That is the approach of the company to employees, to working conditions, to working hours. Clients also come up with certain requirements, certain demands. We work globally, so some international companies dictate certain requirements to us. So this business environment makes us think whether I want to work with this kind of clients or employees, or whether I need somebody else. And then again, this is what your heart tells you, the understanding of essence. It comes with experience, perhaps. Perhaps I will share some personal history of our company. And why don't people choose to participate? No, there is just whether I want, whether I can. So this is what I see. You're right, but if I ask you in a very simple way, you have a logistics business which is rather specific. Of course, there are certain requirements that come from the state. That is, how much can I afford doing all this, all kinds of emissions and environmental issues. But if we speak about your employees, that is drivers, how important is it for him to work in the Cargo group? Why do they work in your company and not in some others? Because just the demand for drivers is very high. About 10 years ago, I told myself that in our company, our drivers will wear ties. Now you can imagine the way drivers looked 10 years ago and now, so you will see quite a different picture. We started a very huge transformation, that is respect for drivers, starting with the working condition, communicating and providing what is really necessary for them. We carried out a survey not long ago that is asking what was important for the employees, and what we heard was something that was really pleasant for us. That is that our exceptional feature, exceptional way of work at our office is respect for drivers. We show respect to employees like we would show respect to anybody else, let's say in the administration or whatever sphere they're working. And so this is one of the ways to compete with others. Sometimes employees tell each other, you should show more respect. And they had to learn this. Just the other part of it is working conditions. They do the same work. But what we try to do is that drivers shouldn't have to learn something. Everything just is technologically organized. So technologies, new technologies is one of those parts. Ignai, we shall come back to you, but now Irma. Irma and I know each other quite well. I know how much effort Irma puts into her work. She goes around Lithuania, she does a lot of beautiful things. Why do you do this? You could go on with very calm life. You have those catalogs, your products are in high demand. You can sit calmly, count the profit, and don't bother about anything else. Now, what motivates me? About 15 years ago, when I established the company, I was trying to run away from non-responsible companies. I worked as a manager. I was a really highly valued saleswoman. And just what were the main just issues? Were how to make life for just the employees worse, how to just lower the salaries, how to extend their working hours. I hated this. So I ran away from those bad companies. So in our new company, we started paying a lot of attention to employees. It was only the two of us, just my husband and I, who established our company. And the first principle was there will be no shady salaries. Now, the colleagues said, of course, we were interested in making profit, but I always like to do something myself. I don't know. I was never interested in what really my competitors did.
Tai reiškia, pasižiūri truputėlį, kad vejasi, gi pastebi.
Man nereikia žiūrėti, man klientai pasako, Irma, žiūrėk, tave kopijuoja. Bet to, ką mes
I don't have to follow them. My clients told me. What we do in Lithuania, no other competitor does this. We organize lots of seminars for our clients, and all of them are free of charge. I myself have employed a person with a disability. And it came after my mother just became disabled, and they started seeing the problems. And they always encourage my employees to pay attention to all those who suffer from one or another kind of disability. So everything comes from the negative experience that they went through. So now I am doing what I want to do. So you mean that the negative got transformed into something positive? Now, if we stop at profit, we speak about some business enterprises, and if the public enterprises' profit is not so very much important, because the relation to money profit is a bit different than in private business. You have to earn the money. And it's no secret that private enterprises are oriented towards profits. But what Jūratė says, that the environment of business has changed. There are lots of quite new issues. If earlier we spoke only about profit, it's no news that we teach our students that there are three P's, profit, planning, and so on. Well, those are just textbook issues. Today, we're speaking about 5 P's. There can be even more. Today, we're talking about a different transformation. Just like I've said, it's so these are 5 P's. We are oriented towards broader things. So my question now would go to Ignas. You started speaking about profit. Profitability is also, of course, very important, but the question is what you do with this profit. So your experience, what should we do with this profit, whether it's be it 5 P or 8 Ps?
nežinau, čia tokia stigma kažkokia, man atrodo,
I don't
yra, kad
know, there is a
verslas vengia kalbėti
certain
apie pelną.
stigma that business is just
pabrėžti dar
looking
kartą
for
norėčiau tai, ką
profit.
pradžioje sakiau, tai yra
I would like to emphasize
pirmasis
what I said at
punktas
the beginning,
socialinės atsakomybės,
that
nes
this
tai
is the
po to
first
tai
point
tampa
in
įrankiu,
social
kuris leidžia,
responsibility, because profit
papildomas
becomes
veiklas,
a certain of
papildomas veiklas
instrument
investuoti tiek savo
that
laiką, tiek
allows
savo
you
tam
to
tikrus
go
finansinius
on
resursus. Ir
and
nereikia suprasti socialinės atsakomybės kaip kažkokio tai dichotominio tokio reiškinio,
work.
kad yra arba
Social
nėra. Taip, ta prasme, mes
responsibility
kalbam
is
apie tam
not
tikrus
just a
turimus resursus. Ir aš
dichotomy,
labai
whether there is
džiaugiausi
something or there
girdėdamas tiek
isn't.
abiejų kolegų būtent patirtį,
Now,
kad tai užaugo. Tos socialinės
yeah, I liked what
iniciatyvos,
my
jos
two
neatsirado iš
colleagues were
niekur.
speaking
Ir
about
kaip
it,
smagu
that it
girdėti,
all got
kad
developed.
tai kiek
Just what they
yra
are doing
iš
did not emerge from
asmeninės
nothing.
patirties bandant iš tikrųjų tuos
Sometimes
tikrus
it's your
skaudulius,
personal experience,
nežinau,
life experience.
kompensuoti, nu tiesiog suprantant, kad tu turi tam tikrus resursus.
You see that you have certain resources, you have human resources, you have a certain power where you can do something.
Ir tai yra tęstinis procesas, galbūt, nežinau.
It is a continuing process.
Tai yra tai, kur nuolatos reikia investuoti.
It's something
Vėlgi, grįžtu atgal į tą
where you can
patį
invest.
argumentą.
If we come back to profit, first of all, you have to have some profit so that you could later on invest into something.
Tada gali būti socialiai atsakingas darbuotojų,
Then you can
turbūt ta
become
bendruomenė,
socially
tada gali
responsible
tapti
to
galbūt
the
socialiai atsakingas ir platesniai auditorijai, ir tada gali būti
people in
atsakingas
your
pasauliui.
company,
Ir man patiko tai, ką jūs,
which
Birute, sakėte, kad tai
just
nėra,
expands to
žinot,
being
trijų
responsible to your
rūšiavimo
society.
konteinerių pasistatymas. Tai labai
Well, of
toks,
course, just
na,
putting those
vizualiai, nes mes
containers
matom,
for
taip,
sorting
mas-
the waste,
daugiau.
domestic
Tai yra
waste,
iš
is not
tikrųjų
social
daugiau.
responsibility.
Bet iš
There is more
tikrųjų
to it.
Matyt, kad mes čia turim labai gerus pavyzdžius.
Yes, we have
Mes
very
turim
good
labai gerą
examples here.
pavyzdį. Man labai smagu, kad kažkaip nespecialiai, bet kažkaip taip atsitiko, kad abiejų
just-
įmonių atstovės yra iš šeimos
It
verslų.
just happens
Tai
so
man
that
nuo to dar
the representatives of two companies are
Jūs
just
kalbėt
family
apie tai, bet
business.
žinot, patirtis skirtingos, sektoriai
Just
skirtingi. Bet iš
the
tikrųjų
sectors
kalbam
are
apie
different, the experiences are
panašius
different, but we're
dalykus.
speaking about similar
Ir
things.
Aš dabar norėčiau paklausti Danguolės.
Now I would like to ask
visai
Danguolę.
neseniai šviežiai dar darius tą savo tyrimą. Danguolė vis tiek pati, kai
you,
tą temą
when you
jau į
were
tą temą
analyzing
gilinaisi ir į
this,
tą savo disertaciją rašai,
topic,
tai pamatei tą
you
Lietuvos
saw
situaciją.
the
Jeigu mes
situation
pačios
in Lithuania.
paprašytume, nu, iš tokio truputėlį tokio
And
erelio,
if I
žinai,
asked
skrydžio,
you,
pasakyt, kokia yra mūsų Lietuvos
just
situacija,
to
ką
throw
pati
a
pamatei?
bird view glance at Lithuania, what did you see? The situation is very different. Companies are live organisms. Some are big, which were established on foreign capital, we see the different culture, and for them perhaps it's easier to develop this social responsibility. Now local companies, based on local capital, they don't have the examples of good practice. What my analysis showed, that companies don't see social responsibility as a long-term process. They usually see it as a one-time action, and very often the understanding of social responsibility is linked to support during some holidays, some philanthropic activities. This is a very narrow approach to social responsibility. As I have already said, that social responsibility embraces a lot of spheres. So what spheres are more or less problematic? Now, in the first place, I would say we should put social responsibility towards the employees. And I'm very happy to see here just the owners of the companies where employees are respected. Sometimes we look upon employees just like human resources that create profit. Now we should pay attention to the aspects of discrimination, equality, diversity, and very little attention used to be paid to it. We pay a lot of attention to environment, to philanthropic activities. Well, of course, we need more time to be able to understand it fully. Now, the situation has been changing. Of course, we cannot achieve social responsibility once and for all time. This is a changing process, and we have to somehow adapt it to the model of our activity. We need to find some critical points. Now, today, I don't know whether we should be discussing whether social responsibility is some kind of fashion or necessity. We don't speak about it today. So we have to find those critical points and see what is the level of my social responsibility. If we remember this famous Carroll pyramid, so one of the levels is just legal responsibility. So some companies think, if I pay taxes, if I pay just salaries, I'm all right. No, the company cannot afford not do this, and social responsibility is something different, because first of all, it's voluntary. That is, I do something that I'm not forced to do by laws or by certain requirements coming from the external world. Now, very often businesses don't see the usefulness of it. You cannot see it just right after you start it. But this approach of respect towards employees. So perhaps the employees then will be happy to do overtime when necessary. Or perhaps just they will expect higher salaries. Well, of course, there needs to be a certain balance. Only an employee who is not overtired that can do good job. So I cannot speak about all the companies, but I just would like to see our companies making still a further step. And the social responsibility should be incorporated in your everyday work. Thank you for the picture of Lithuania. Something that we intuitively understand, that there are different companies, the age of which is different, so the approach to social responsibility is different. Now, I would like to see how well the audience has been listening to our talk. So the question now goes to the audience. The question is, one of the, let's say, shops or supermarkets collects the product whose shelf life is almost has run out now, and it passes those products to the charitable organizations. Is this social responsibility? Who thinks so?
Kas galvojat, kad tai yra labdara?
Who thinks that this is just charity?
O kas galvojat, kad tai yra
filantropija? That this is philanthropy?
Supratot?
Did you
Koks
understand the
suktas čia
difference?
klausimas yra.
This is a
Iš tikrųjų,
question that is not
be
really
abejonės.
as simple as it sounds.
Aš minutėlę palaukit.
Just a minute.
Jeigu tai yra, nežinau, po pusę dienos iki galiojimo, tai yra nemokamas
Well, it depends upon how long can the product last, whether it's a day or 2 days or just several hours, or whether this is
Mes gavom
sending them
labai
to charitable
praktinį komentarą.
organizations
Iš
just to
tikrųjų, ir
avoid
žinot,
the taxes
mes
for
iš tikrųjų kalbam apie socialinę
waste
atsakomybę ir
delivery.
socialinę atsakomybę.
We're speaking
Ką
about
mes ir
social
šnekėjom, tai yra labai
responsibility.
platus
And
dalykas.
we have already
Ir
emphasized
kitas
that this is a
dalykas,
very
apie ką gal
broad
mes
issue.
ne tiek smarkiai šnekėjom ir neakcentavom, tai turi
We
būti
did
labai
not
aiškiai įmonės
emphasize
strateginiuose planuose.
that
Ar ne?
it
O čia,
has
ką
to be
Richardai, jūs
reflected
pasakėt,
in
taip, čia yra tokia, žinai,
the
win-win
company's
situacija,
strategic
greitas
plans.
pasinaudojimas situacija. Jūs labai teisingai pastebėjot, reiškia,
Richard, you
įmonei
have very
nebereikia
correctly
sukti galvą,
mentioned
taip
that this is a
utilizuoti
win-win
nebenaudojamų
situation.
dalykų.
The
Tai
company
žinokit,
does
čia,
not have to think about how to utilize
yra
just
socialinė
products
atsakomybė,
that
Ignai.
cannot be used any longer.
Dalinai pritardamas, iš esmės,
Yeah,
jūs
I would
pabrėždamas tokį
partially
momentą, kad
agree
galbūt
to it, but
jau galutinis šioj situacijai socialinės atsakomybės atvejais būtų
That the-
suplanuoti atitinkamai savo procesus,
I
kad
believe,
nebūtų tos situacijos ir tos
that
resursus pakreipti, na,
the activity
tai
has
kitą
to
formą, nes
be
turbūt nesprendžia
planned
visiškai
in
absoliučiai
such a
problemos,
way
manau, tai tas
that
mechanizmas.
issues
Bet
like
aš
this
atsimenu iš tikrųjų laikus,
couldn't
kada prekybos centrai
rise. I remember the time when supermarkets
reglamentavimo tos sistemos, kad
asked for certain regulations where they could pass the products over to just those organizations that needed them. On the one hand, it is the activity of social responsibility, but then I don't know whether this is the best way to show that you're socially responsible.
Apie tą pavyzdį.
What about this example?
Tikrai toksai keblus uždavinukas.
Well, that's
Aš kaip
not easy to
visada
answer.
Remiuosi tai kokia tai intencija.
I always
Na, ir
think
čia
about the
dabar, ar tai yra taip, ar
intention.
taip tikrai nespėliosiu.
I will not be
Bet,
guessing
man atrodo,
whether
kad
this
daug kas
is
prasideda nuo bendrai
charity or
suvokimo,
philanthropy,
kiek mes
but
suprantam,
everything
suprasti
starts
galime
with
produktų
how
labai
we
skirtingai.
understand, and now we see how
Ateis ta
differently people
diena,
understand
kada
this,
tam tikrus
and they believe that the day will come when we shall understand similar issues in the same way.
Su kažkokia gerąja, tai praktika, tai aš sunku dabar pasakyti.
No, I
Bet tai yra
wouldn't
plonytė riba
be able to
tarp
say this is a
socialinės
very
atsakomybės
thin
ir
line
pasinaudojimo socialinės atsakomybės,
between social responsibility
sąvoka, tai
or just using social responsibility to your own use.
Iš tikrųjų tai taip.
The interpretation
Danguolė,
of it.
matau, nori komentuoti. Prašau, Danguolė.
Labai toksai geras pavyzdys.
It's a very
Ir
good
čia iš karto, vat,
example.
matau ir kolegos, ir
And
salės,
I
kokia
see
reakcija.
among the audience the reaction.
Mokesčio
Yes,
šiukšlių
they got rid of something that they don't need.
Na, jeigu aš būčiau verslininkė.
If I were a businesswoman, I would see, well, I have some food products that we are not going to use. So there are two alternatives, whether to send them to the waste where they will get rotten and just again they would produce methane gases, but they have another alternative that they can help somebody. Perhaps just these products can still serve as an evening meal or perhaps even the breakfast meal. In Denmark, I have seen something that products like this are collected and let's say some meals are cooked with them and I could feed people, let's say homeless and so on. Well, it depends upon how you understand this.
Iš tikrųjų labai teisingai Danguolė pasakė.
Yeah, Danguolė, you're quite right.
apie ką mes visi šnekam, tai labai priklauso nuo
It
požiūrio,
depends
ar
upon
ne,
the
nuo to bendro
approach,
sutarto požiūrio. Iš
our
vienos
common
pusės, Richardai,
approach.
jūs esate
On the
visiškai
one hand,
teisus.
Richard,
Iš
you're
įmonės pusės.
absolutely
Įmonė turi
right.
savo interesų, be abejonės.
Just an
Ir
enterprise
jeigu
has
tas
its own
interesas
interest.
yra išvengti to
And
mokesčio,
if the
tai
interest is to
tai
get
čia jokia
rid
nesocialinė
of
atsakomybė.
the
Bet
products
jeigu
that are not
įmonė
going to
žino
be
ir
used,
įmonės darbuotojai
and
žino,
you
kad
can,
nepanaudotus arba
but
besibaigiančio
on the other hand,
galiojimo
that
produktus mes
if
atiduodam
the enterprise
labdaros
feels
valgyklai, taip
like
paremdami
sending the
skurstančius
product
žmones,
that goes
viskas
to
okei
the
šitoj vietoj. Bet čia yra
charitable, let's
socialinė
say,
atsakomybė. Bet žiūrėkit, mes priėjom prie tokios labai įdomios temos,
feeding
apie ką ir
places,
Ignas šnekėjo, kad tos
then it's
vienkartinės
charity.
akcijos. Nu,
Well, Richard
Kalėdos
has
nėra
mentioned
kiekvieną dieną.
just
Nu, Kalėdos yra kartą per
one
metus.
time
Ir prieš Kalėdas tikrai mes labai
actions. Let's say before Christmas, you remember how people are
Tai tos
happy to
vienkartinės akcijos, jos
support.
nėra blogai. Jos iš tikrųjų nėra
Those
blogai.
one-time actions are not
Viskas
bad.
gerai, tvarkoj.
It's okay.
Bet mes kalbam labiau apie tuos
But
tokius
we are
ilgalaikius
speaking
dalykus,
about
apie tą ilgalaikę
long-term
strategiją.
things,
Ir
about
būtent apie tuos
long-term
dalykus, kurie
strategy.
jau yra tos
We are speaking
įmonės
about
strateginiam
things
kažkokiam ar
that
plane, ar
find
misijoje,
place
ar
in
dar
the
kažkur tai. Ir kitas
in the
dalykas, manau, kad
enterprise's
atėjo laikas
strategy or
pakalbėti
mission.
apie vartotojus, nes
Now
vartotojas
we
šiandien
have to
dienai,
speak
o mes
about
visi
consumers
esam
as well.
vartotojai vienokie
All
ar
of us
kitokie.
are
Mes
consumers,
esam irgi
one way or
labai
another,
kritiški.
and we're very
Žiūrėkit, ką
critical.
mes darom. Mes
What do we
paskaitom
do?
etiketę, mes nebeimam,
We
reiškia,
read the label,
plastikinio maišo, mes
and we
nevažiuojam ten su kokia
don't
senesnė mašina, mes
anymore take the
nebegyvenam
plastic
ten
bag. We
šitą name,
don't
kuris turi
drive
ten tą
very old
asbestinį stogą.
cars.
Žiūrėkit, kiek yra pokyčių.
There are a lot
Tas
of changes
vartotojo
that we see.
kritiškumas.
This
Kaip jis
critical
įtakoja tą
view
socialinę
of
atsakomybę?
consumers.
Labai
What
stipriai.
impact
Ne
does
vien,
it have
kaip sako, tas
on
kritiškumas, bet dar kartu, kas
social
mane
responsibility
stebina,
of the
aš džiaugiuosi iš
enterprises?
tikrųjų to, kad
Yes.
auga dar ir skeptiškumas.
I am
Ir
happy
jis
to
labai
see
yra
not
geras
only this
dalykas.
criticism, but
Richardai,
also
jūs šiandien būtų
skepticism.
labiausiai minimas.
Richard, you are the
Tai
person
yra
who's
variklis. Ir
mentioned
čia
very
šitoje
often
vietoje,
today.
ką aš pastebiu, kad apskritai
This is
na,
kind
mes
of
kaip
an
visuomenė,
engine.
kaip vartotojai, turbūt irgi tobulėjam ir mes keliam vis
We, as consumers,
didesnius, aukštesnius standartus
are
įmonėms. Ir
getting
čia buvo
better
minimas,
and
na, tiesiog kas
better, and we come
motyvaciniai tam
up
tikri faktoriai.
with high requirements directed towards enterprises.
Tiesiog tokia aplinka, viskas, tai yra naujas standartas ir tu tiesiog
And
iš
what we
esmės,
see is just new standards.
norėdamas dirbti su,
And if you want
kažkuo, tu turi tiesiog
to
atitikti
work,
tam tikrą
you
kriterijų.
have to
Lygiai tas pats iš esmės ir vartotojų. Vartotojų rankose yra labai
meet
daug
certain
galios.
criteria.
Jie tik ne visada supranta,
Consumers have a
ką
lot
iš
of
tikrųjų
power,
turi
and they don't always understand the power they have.
Na, yra tos situacijos, yra paprasčiausiai galbūt verslai ir ar tai parduodami produktai ir teikiamos paslaugos, kurios būtent, na,
There are situations
siekia,
when
jų tikslinė auditorija
businesses
yra
or
būtent jie labiau,
services
socialiniai
are
atsakomybei
directed
jautresni asmenys.
to
Tai čia tada situacija sutampa,
the
atsitinka tokia, kad na,
persons
verslas privalo tada
that are more
atliepti
sensitive to
tų
this
žmonių,
responsibility.
nu, tam tokį vertybinį tokią liniją.
And
Tai yra vartotojų signalas. Aš dabar kalbu iš tikrųjų, čia
just
galbūt
have
galite
to
tarti, apie
meet
ką aš nekalbu, aš kalbu
certain
apie augančią kartą.
value
Ir aš jai labai daug
requirements.
vilčių teikiu, nes ji bus ta,
I have a lot of
kuri dar
hope
pašokdins.
in the younger generation. They will make us work
Tai yra
in a different
tie
way
žmonės,
again.
kurie turės perkamąją galę, jie kels
These
aukštus
are
standartus,
people that will come up with
įmonės
very
turės būti
high
ataskaitingos,
standards,
jos
and
turės
the
būti socialiai
enterprises
atsakingos.
will have to be
Ir
socially
ruoškimės
responsible.
šitam,
So
bet
get
viskas yra
ready
vardan
for this.
progreso.
Ta prasme, Ignai noriu pasakyti, kad
Do
čia
you
jau
want to
nei
say
tų trijų
that,
konteinerių, nei
the
reiškia,
three
nei
containers for
popierinių
waste
užrašų, nei dar
or paper
kažkokių
labels
dalykų.
or
Čia jau
things
mes
like this.
nebe apie tai
These are
šnekam.
not
Mes
the
šnekam apie
issues
kitus
that
dalykus,
we will have to discuss in the future.
Ką ir sakot,
Ignai, Danguolė, you're working with students, and you
vaikai,
see
pažiūrėkit, koks
that
požiūris yra jaunos kartos. Tai yra visiškai kitas
what's the
požiūris.
approach of younger
Ir tas
generation?
vartojimas,
Quite
jis labai
different.
pasikeitęs yra. ar ne?
And
Dabartinis, netgi iš tikrųjų,
consumer habits are quite different.
Terminas, kaip kad vaikų, dabartinių vaikų spaudimas tėvams
Now, for example, we very often see what pressure the children exert on the parents. I mean, the requirements they come up with, ecological requirements. Children start educating their parents. So this is what I mean when I say just criticism of computers. Our new consumers are really very demanding.
Jūrate, matau, kad norit reaguoti.
Jūrate, I see that you are ready to react. I don't work with students, but I have 2 students at home. Quite often, our employees are also young. 10 years ago, we, like parents, were pressed to sort out waste. This was, well, first rather childish, but it's coming more and more adult. When people say that social responsibility is just a voluntary activity, I wouldn't like to agree with that. Consumers make us do certain things. Just consumers sometimes ask us questions, why do you still go on doing something that is not responsible? Why do you use so much paper? Or things like this. Young people educate not only their parents, but also they educate businesses. Irma, just my question comes from a little bit different angle. You work with the safety products. And safety is a priority. What about your consumer? How do they change? What about the critical approach of your consumers? In the safety sector, as I said, I've been working in the sector for over 20 years. I work with children, I work with young people. I have 3 children myself. And I organize seminars not only for businesses, enterprises, but I organize seminars, let's say, in kindergartens, in schools.
Gal turi kokią vakciną darbų saugos?
Have you got a certain vaccine that would instill a different approach to safety? Yes, of course, we see enterprises that don't pay much attention to safety requirements. We start with small children. Children always like to learn new things. I also very often meet young people because our enterprise just prepares about 10-15 young people every year. I also did something in, well, I wouldn't say science. I completed a MA dissertation, and what I saw while working on it is that consumers are really very interested, and employees understand it much better about safety measures, safety tools, safety instruments. And of course, the clients choose enterprises that are more socially responsible. Sometimes there are small enterprises, smaller towns. And in the very beginning, I said that there are small companies that sometimes, at the beginning, can't afford being very active in social responsibility issues. Some companies like this, young companies, small companies, sometimes pay the greatest attention to profit. But the time will come that social responsibility will become the essence of work everywhere. We can see that in Lithuania the situation has been improving, has been changing towards the best. Our discussion is coming to an end. We have time for one question from the audience. Will there be any question? Would anybody wish to ask a question or share your story with us?
Richardai, dabar jau į jūs žiūrim.
Richard, we again are looking at you.
Richardai, jums noriu klausimą tada užduoti apie
panašią
situaciją, kaip su ta parduotuvė, kur su maistu, o dabar tie pandeminiais metais mes prisisiuvom daug kaukių.
Now, in just the years of pandemic years, we made a lot of masks. I have about 2,000 masks that are still with us. And what I did is just I let them go for free. So, is this social responsibility or is it what? So everything depends on intention and the values. We speak about social responsibility of the enterprise. What is an enterprise? This is a fiction. An enterprise is just people and the leader. And depending on their value, you can say whether it's social responsibility or something else. And even in the example of the supermarket, if they organize really the work just when they pass it over to, let's say, some charity, so that it's not just getting rid of it. We quite often see this win-win situation, and it's not bad. But if you start doing something, you have to take it to the very end, that it reaches the goal. Values are necessary not to show off. But what is a leader in real life? There are lots of things related to it. Your approach to life, your decisions that you have to make every day.
Gerai, ačiū labai. Ir iš tikrųjų labai noriu padėkoti visiems už įžvalgas. Manau, kad labai smagiai pasikalbėjom.
I believe we had a nice discussion. Just this hour didn't seem to be long. I would like to wish all the businesses not to be orientated only to the one-time actions. I would like to wish you all that those one-time actions become long-time actions and the enterprise strategy. We have small gifts that come from the business school. As you can see, the bags are not made from paper.
Ačiū labai. Ignai, surprise, verslo mokyklos maišelis. Danguolė, ačiū labai. Tai ačiū visiems.
Ačiū diskusijos dalyviams, ačiū moderatoriai, ačiū Richardai jums, kad vainikavote mūsų diskusiją. Atsisveikinu su visais žiūrovais, kurie stebėjote internetu mūsų pirmąją konferencijos dieną. Linkime jų įsijungimus ir rytoj, o mes keliaujame į
I'd like to invite you to join us tomorrow as well. See you tomorrow.